And welcome to day 3 of PPA Australia. It's the Vietnam Open and it's mixed doubles day. And wow, you've joined us at just the right time. It's quarterfinals time and we've already seen some big names fall. And I'm joined in the commentary box with Matt Carter. Well, welcome to the commentary box, Matt.
Appreciate it.
And yeah, looking forward to your insights. And you're not playing this weekend, you're coaching.
Yep, unfortunately pulled an injury a couple of weeks ago, so made the call, a tough call to pull out.
Oh.
But enjoying watching from the sidelines and get to do some commentary, support my team from the outside, and it's been good.
Yeah, well, and what a way to start. This quarterfinal features Australia's #1 female and male player, Mitch Hargreaves and Amelia Schmidt. They're up against, wow, the action-packed George Wall, who's having one hell of a tournament, and Jamie Way, who is just the PPA USA sensation, taking the PPA Australia by storm. And this is only a quarter-final, Matt. How do you see it panning out? I see these teams so well balanced.
Yeah, absolutely. As you mentioned, you got Amelia and Mitch, respective season 1 gender finalists. They finished top seeds respectively, and then you've got both George and Jamie on the other side, who just both in the finals yesterday. So it's going to be super close.
And here we go. Oh, and starting with a service error from Way, so maybe a nervous start.
0-0-1.
Oh. And Amelia, she was waiting for that speed up from Wall.
1-0-1.
And a strong start to the Australian duo. Schmidt and Hargreaves in sync early.
2-0-1.
Slicing return. Oh, and a beautiful off forehand, Matt.
Great touch there by Mitch. Great control, stabilised himself, push it down behind George. Very warm conditions here today. Very humid again.
It seems slightly cooler though, or that could be just a fan behind us.
I don't think the players will be agreeing with you. It's very warm out there. Even just warming up, you're seeing a lot of players dripping with sweat.
Oh, big put away from Jamie Way, and that was coming straight for us. Could feel the power behind that shot from Jamie.
She's been on fire this weekend in both MLP and PPA. She's had such a good run.
Beautiful deep return. Oh, Hargreaves gets the roll. And
I think they've just dropped in. Yeah.
Dropped in.
0-3-1.
Oh, beautiful put away. Well set up by Hargreaves. Looks like a man on a mission early.
0-3-2.
Oh, and the net roll just pushing it above Schmidt's paddle.
One, 3-2. Side out.
Beautiful dink cross court there from Hargreaves. Just rolling it off the paddle. His touch is locked in.
Second server.
Don't think Hargraves could believe his luck on that shot. Just gave it too much.
3-1-2. Side out.
It's a nice idea from Schmidt, but it was a little bit low percentage.
1-3-1. Second server.
So Way and Wall just
1-3-2.
yet to find their full sync.
Point.
Closing the gap to 1.
Close battle here, back and
2-3-2.
forth. Haven't seen anyone with a bit much momentum at the moment. Mentioned Amelia with the early few points, and since then it's gone back and forth.
And Wall showing his wares on that play and how quickly the tide can turn. 3-3 now.
3-3-2.
There's that sweeping serve from Way. Great spot from Hargraves.
3-3. Oh, sorry.
Schmidt just toweling down. As you
3-3-1.
said, Matt, it's hot out there.
Yep, I know some of the players will be going through far more overgrips than they normally would.
Oh! And all three players really not timing their shots on that. More frames than an art gallery.
3-1.
Oh, and Amelia just gone wide. Really taking on Wall head on, Schmidt.
Second server.
Not taking a backward step at all. She's such a fierce competitor.
4-3-2.
And a lovely drop from Way.
Perfection.
She waited on that just perfectly, Matt.
3-4-1.
And Hargraves, a beautiful angle to finish that point.
3-4-2.
Crowd building in nicely here, Gordo.
Oh, the crowds have been fantastic all weekend. Right from day one, right through to today.
Side out.
The Vietnamese locals have really gotten behind this event here at Carmelina
4-3-1.
Beach Resort. And why wouldn't they? It's such a great location.
They also have a ton of great players here.
Oh, incredible talent.
Point.
And a body bag for Hargraves. Way just taking a moment. She'll bank that
5-3-1.
in the memory, I'm sure.
I was going to mention before, I expect to see Jamie
Point.
spark up soon.
And that return just going long, so maybe
She can be such a vocal presence on the court,
6-3-1.
Jamie, and I
Oh, yeah.
absolutely love the energy.
her energy is just incredible.
Point. Timeout. The
So
Sabres.
timeout called here with
Score is 7-3-1.
Schmidt and Hargraves wrestling back that lead to 7-3. We might take a quick break and be back with more action right after this. So welcome back to PPA Australia. It's the Vietnam Open. It's quarterfinals time, and it's the Australian #1 duo of Schmidt and Hargreaves in front in game one here, 7-3.
Line back in. Servers, 1 timeout. Servers, 2 timeouts. 7-3-1.
And our head official for this match is Mark Taylor. Referee Supremo from the Gold Coast in Australia.
7-3-2.
And that was
Point.
just wide.
8-3-2.
Oh, getting the roll. And Schmidt, that's twice she's shaped to go back behind wall, and it's produced 2 errors, unfortunately.
3-8-1.
Let's see if George and Jamie can build the momentum here.
Lovely deep return from Schmidt. And a beautiful put away from Wall. Read that perfectly, Matt.
I had the pleasure of commentating him in MLP yesterday. He is
4-8-1.
on fire this weekend. He is absolutely locked in.
And so is Hargreaves. That's a beautiful smash.
Hargreaves, I believe, coming off a double gold at the last Australian Pickleball Championships.
And a great dink rally there. Hargreaves and Schmidt coming out on top. Earning the side out. It's 8-4. First game. This is quarterfinal action live from Carmelina Beach Resort. Beautiful deep return. And just wide again. She's yet to find that radar, lock that radar in on that wing. Like you mentioned before, Matt, the crowd has really built around this match.
Absolutely. The whole weekend, just once it gets down to finals time, anytime it's a close game, we're seeing a good 50 to 100 people pour in the stands.
And that's another body bag for Hargreaves, this time on Wall.
Momentum certainly with Mitch and Amelia in this game so far.
They have definitely started strongly. And that's a return error from Jamie Way, and we're going to see a timeout. We'll take a break and we'll be back with more after this. Welcome back to PPA Australia. It's the Vietnam Open quarterfinal action. It's the first game of the best of 3. Oh, Hargraves getting the roll.
Point game.
And that's the game. So we're just going to update the score. And it's 1 game to love. So Mitch Hargraves and Schmidt banking that first game. What do you think Wall and Way need to do to get back into this match, Coach Carter?
Yeah, look, they had momentum early. It went back and forth a lot in that first early part of the game. George is on fire. I think there's just a lot of errors coming on that side at the moment that are uncharacteristic of both of them, to be honest. So I think they'll tidy that up. Coach Ben sorting them out, and I think they'll come back, and I predict this will go to a third set. Those two are phenomenal players.
Yeah, and like you said, they've both had phenomenally big weekends. Do you think fatigue might be becoming a factor?
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, both teams have had a huge weekend. Some of the games last night finished around midnight, so the workload for these players is huge. But I know that these guys are taking rest well. I know George doesn't play singles on a Friday to save himself for doubles, so this is their 4th or 5th event now of the year, where it's all been the same format. So I definitely think they're managing that, and yeah, everyone's in the same boat.
And when you're as good as these two, you naturally go deep into the draw, which is also takes more out of you.
Absolutely. Yeah, I expect them to tie themselves up here, and I think it'll be a close match.
0-0-2.
So game 2. Oh, and that almost dropped in. Very deceptive shot from Schmidt.
0-0-1.
Amelia is hunting that line behind George. Awesome to see.
She's keeping him honest. And that was great pickleball from Hargraves. Just saw Wall out of position and just went to the body. Hargraves has got the wood on Wall early. And again at the body from Hargraves. Earning the side out.
0-0-1.
I'd love to see Jamie here start to fire up. I think she could bring the energy and change this momentum.
Yep, she has seemed to be a little bit subdued. Oh, and a foot fault on Hargraves, just pushing off out of the kitchen. It's surprising how often that happens, Matt.
0-0-2.
Lovely drive from Schmidt. Just millimetres over the net.
I think lobs are such an unexpected shot in pickleball that when you get the opportunity to, you kind of forget about your feet and you go all about the adrenaline of getting the overhead smash. Great pickup by George.
Oh, and Hargraves on that switch. Oh. Oh, wow. And that ball's come straight into the commentary box. And you were speaking of Way firing up. We just saw an example of that. Can Jamie Way inspire a comeback here?
0-1-1. Second server.
I think you were talking about Jamie's game earlier before we came on air.
0-1-2.
I think she's got one of the best resets in the game.
Yeah, she's got a very splits the middle there, Amelia. It's a beautiful shot down. But yeah, absolutely, Jamie's got, I think, one of the best all-round games. She's got absolute power and her drives, her overheads. But yeah, phenomenal defender as well. Her and Liz pairing up very well for a PPA Gold and Gold Coast last
Yeah.
event.
We've missed Liz this weekend.
Point.
But I believe she'll be back for Melbourne.
2-0-1.
Yep.
Great drive from Hargraves.
Point.
Speaking of Melbourne, Matt, that's the next stop on the PPA Australia Tour. That's going to be a massive event, so if you're looking at registering for that event, do it soon because this Vietnam event sold out weeks before.
3-0-1.
So if you're thinking of playing Melbourne and you're a pickleball guru, get along. Lovely put away from Hargraves.
Point.
George touching on the amount of net cords that have been coming
4-0-1.
through. There's definitely been a few unfortunate net cords in this game.
He must know the tape's wide, and every time it clunks the tape, it resonates through. But that's a beautiful put away from Wall.
Amelia, second serve.
Let's hope they can push past the
4-0-2.
frustration of the net cords and bring themselves back into this game and take the second set here.
Point. Timeout receivers.
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether fatigue is becoming
5-0-2.
a factor because, yeah, there's just a few uncharacteristic unforced errors coming from Wall and Way.
I would
So
agree, and I would say, like I said earlier, I'd love to see Jamie fire up, and we haven't quite seen that, or not for a consecutive amount of points yet, but she certainly has it in her. I have had the pleasure of hearing her support her teammates all weekend, and you certainly know when she's in the house. She's a very, very supportive teammate to all of her players, both in PPA and MLP.
yeah, when she's not on court, she's just like she has this gravity about her. She's well liked by all of the players
Certainly can't
and
take
the
away.
supporters.
Yeah, certainly can't take away though from Mitch and Amelia. They are playing very well. Mitch is playing very solid. Amelia resetting beautifully at the moment. Keeping, as we mentioned, keeping George honest down the line as well. So they're on a mission here, those two.
They are, and Amelia, you know, you've got to keep in mind she still has that niggling knee injury, so she's really fighting on.
Time back in. Score is 5-0-2.
And that's found the middle. So can they build something here? Way and
5-1.
Wall. This could be their last chance. Lovely swinging serve. Oh, great attack from Schmidt. That was only slightly lifted from Way, and Schmidt just saw it coming.
5-2.
Oh, great pick-up Wall. Oh, great scrambling defense, but that last shot just too good.
Point of the match so far.
Great hustle by both teams. And is that the type of point that's going to
1-5-2.
spark this duo into action?
Side out.
Just slightly too late on that commitment there from Way.
I think it was a bit of an indecisive decision there, whether she was going to come through or whether she's going to leave it for George.
5-1-1.
Nice play.
Second server.
Wall looking to impose himself a little more here.
5-1-2.
Looking to switch. Great play by Way, and there's that fire you were talking about, Matt.
1-5-1.
Lob serve. Oh, great put away from Schmidt. You cannot put it in her green zone. So just as it looks like they're about to mount a challenge, Schmidt has nipped it in the bud both times.
Side out.
And it's side out. So Mitch Hargraves and Amelia Schmidt still in nice control here in this game 2.
5-1-1.
Lovely spot by Wall, right between the legs of Schmidt. If we were playing cricket, Matt, that would have taken middle stump.
5-1-2.
Oh, great attacking play by Wall and Way.
Starting to sense Jamie fire up here.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a good thing for the side of Wall and Way.
1-5-1.
And George Wall just struggling to find his range on those dinks. He may have played his grand final yesterday, Matt, winning the gold in the men's doubles.
Side out.
I touched earlier, the conditions here are very hot, so this is the 3rd day consecutively that these players are playing throughout the day. PPA in the morning and most of them MLP in the evening as well. So.
Oh, lovely pickup. And Mitch was ready for that counter from Wall. Oh, Schmidt just stretching. So is that a cramp, I wonder?
6-1-1.
The quality of play this weekend is unreal. Like what they have to do to win a point in a quarterfinal and even in the earlier round of 16s. Yeah, the talent has just grown so much in the last 12 months overall, but specifically from season 1 to season 2 as well.
Oh, yeah, like you say, even since the Gold Coast event, which was only a couple of weeks ago, and Hargraves finds the middle. Jamie giving herself a big spank.
7-1-2.
Look for the switch here. Wall to slide across. And it finds the spot.
Side out.
Just held that shift across perfectly to get that put away from the middle.
They're going to make a run, Gordo. I think now's the time.
Oh, there's timeout. And we'll take timeout too. We'll go to a quick break and be back with game 2 right after this. So welcome back to PPA Australia. It's the Vietnam Open. It's mixed doubles day and it's quarterfinals time. And we've got a do-or-die situation here for Wall and Wei. They're down 1-7 and down a game in this quarterfinal against the Australian number one,
No timeouts
Schmidt
remaining.
and Hargraves.
You've got 2 timeouts remaining, receivers. Time back in. Score is 1-7-1.
Beautiful serve down the centre from Wall.
Fault.
And a foot fault from Hargraves. So is that the catalyst for something here for Wei and Wall?
2-7-1.
Oh, Amelia Schmidt,
Second server.
she is on in this game.
Her placement of all of her attacks have been perfect,
2-7-2.
right at Jamie's feet every single time.
You'd need a tractor to dig them out. They're that good. Oh, and Mitch Hargraves. That was such a good speed up from Wall. It was right at Mitch's body, but he was waiting.
Mitch is dialed in.
And then the counter, the placement of the counter, just
7-2-1.
precision from Hargraves.
So I found the middle a few times this game. So they're playing very well.
And behind the back volley from Hargraves. Is there nothing this guy can't do? And Wei just a little bit frustrated, giving herself a spank again.
8-2-1. Point.
And like any good partnership, Hargraves and Schmidt, they've obviously played together for a couple of years now, and they really just know each other so well.
They really complement each other's game, understand where they're going to be. And they still do a very good job. Amelia moving across to America for a little stint, and Mitch still based in Sydney, so they don't get the chance to train as often as they used to, but you wouldn't be able to tell the way they still play out there.
Oh, lovely play from Wall. So what can they mount here?
2-9-1.
And that serve's gone long.
3-9-1.
Yeah, just slightly lifted from Schmidt, and Wall's there to put it away.
4-9-1. Timeout. Receivers.
So a quick timeout. Only 2 points on this run, but Hargraves and Schmidt just want to nip this in the bud. It's a 5-point lead that was 7. We'll take a quick break and be back with more of this Game 2 action right after this. Now Jamie Wei brings it back into the quarterfinal here. It's the PPA Australia Vietnam Open quarterfinals. And way. Can they keep charging here, Matt?
5-9-1.
3 in a row now. Bit of a momentum shift.
Getting the roll again. Slightly elevated. As soon as Hargraves got wall wide, it spelt trouble. But they've still got a second serve here. What can George Wall do? Can they get another couple of points? Mount some scoreboard pressure. And you can see Wall's trying to inject himself a little more here, Matt.
Yeah, I like to see that. Try and put some more pressure on the opposition there. Create a bit more movement.
And there's an error. Can Schmidt steady the ship here and edge to within a semi-final berth? Oh, and it was just wide.
Side out.
So a quick side out, no damage done. Can they edge closer here?
5-9-1.
Oh, great dig from Wall. Oh, and it's long.
Point.
That's that defense we were talking about earlier, and that's the defense that can change matches.
6-9-1.
Is it too late, or can they pull this out of the fire?
That was an unreal reset.
And way.
Point. Timeout.
There they come.
And that's the
Timeout,
second timeout called. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back with more action right after this. Welcome back to the PPA Australia Vietnam Open. You've tuned back in time to see Wei and Wall mount a little challenge here.
Second server.
Second server. Is it too late, or can they pull this out of the fire?
7-9-2.
7-9-2. Defended ATP from Wall. Oh, and Mitch going for something special on that dink. And it's 8-9 now.
8-9-2.
Has the cat been let out of the bag?
Side out.
I don't think Jamie should be too disappointed. That defense is And you heard it there. I don't know if you picked that up on the mic. They said, let's side this out
9-8-1.
and take this set right here. And that's dropped in, I believe.
Point.
That's a heartbreaker, and that really breaks the momentum for Wall and Way. Can they hang on here? This is match point for Schmidt and Hargraves. One gets the feeling they need to get this done right now. And there it is.
Point. Game.
Mitch Hargraves and Schmidt have hung on. What a way to finish this match. Our quarter-final victors are Schmidt and Hargraves, 11-4, 11-8 over Way and Wall. Matt Carter, that finished. That could have ended up going either way, even though it's a straight games win.
Yeah, momentum definitely came back for Way and Wall in the second there, and it looked like they were going to finish that one, but unfortunate way to finish there for George. He already sensed his frustration early on in that game about the net cords. To finish like that will be an absolute dagger for him. But
and then to finish with those 2 net cords as well. So he would have felt like it was 3 against 2 in some ways. But it's just the luck of the game, I suppose, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I touched on it earlier. We can't take away, Amelia and Mitch, they played phenomenally. They kept it low. They got pretty much everything back. And yeah, they put a lot of pressure on them, so they capitalised early, took their first set convincingly, and yeah, held in there in the second one when they came back. So credit to them. Great game by all players. Would have loved to have seen a third set, but congrats to Mitch and Amelia.
I think we would have had heart attacks had that gone to a third set. And like you say, you really do have to tilt your hat to Hargraves and Schmidt. In that first game in particular, they did not give Way and Wall a chance to get into the match at all. And it wasn't until late in that second game where we saw, maybe the foot come off the accelerator a little. And it just goes to show you just cannot take your foot off at all against the likes of Way and Wall.
Absolutely. We saw all 4 timeouts used in that second game. So, a bit of strategy behind that and trying to nip the runs before they got too much. And, yep. Great quarterfinal. Again, hard to believe that that's a quarterfinal quality play. That certainly would have been a final-worthy match
in any other tournament. So it's Amelia Schmidt and Mitch Hargraves who have booked their tickets through to the semi-finals of the PPA Australia event here in Vietnam. We'll be back with more action very soon. It'll be semi-final action, so join us. Don't go away too far.
What's your duper?
So welcome back to PPA Australia, the Vietnam Open. We've got another quarter-final here. For our fans from Australia, we've got Vish Masand and Sarah Burr up against the Indian sensations of Mayur Patil and Isha Lakhani. And can I just say, Isha is in the form of her life. I've been watching her all weekend, and she has been on absolute fire. So look out, this should be a cracking quarter-final. So this is the best of 3, each game to 11, win by 2.
Second server.
So second serve here.
0-0-2.
Nice attack from Masand. Great defense from Lakhani. And just long from Lakhani. So a great rally. Both teams feeling each other out early. Great defense from Patil. But nothing can stop that put away from Sarah Burr. And there's the first points of the match.
1-0-1. Second server.
So second serve here. So the Gold Coast duo from Australia, Masand and Burr. Lovely down the line. And a lovely cross-court attack from Sarah Burr. Straight at the body of Patil. Asking Lakhani to try and keep those down.
2-0-2.
Oh, and just wide from Lakhani. So Burr and Masand.
Side out.
And a side out here. So both teams showing glimpses of what they're capable of so far.
Second server. 0-3-2.
Patil brings it in.
Side out.
Just a few uncharacteristic, unforced errors.
3-0-1.
3-0-1. Lovely deep return from Lakhani. Nice backhand right down at the feet of Masand from Patil.
3-0-2. Point. Four 0-2.
And Lakhani just with a dink error there. And I've just been joined in the commentary box by the American sensation himself, Roman Estereja. Welcome aboard, Roman.
Thank you, Gordo. It's good to be here. you know, I felt that this was a very appropriate match to be commentating. I'm not biased at all.
I was going to say,
obviously.
yes, 2 of your teammates out there.
2 of my teammates. I had the pleasure of playing against Mr. Patel yesterday as well. He's a phenomenal player. Was, you know, I think these tournaments and stuff are a great opportunity, especially from somebody coming from the States, is just to be exposed to a lot of different players that you're not typically used to playing against. He played great yesterday with Nielsen and had a great run. We played them in the bronze. And obviously he has had a couple of upsets today, so it's great to see them, him and Isha here. And I think we're in for a good match.
Yeah, they're very evenly balanced teams. And Lakani, just watching her sub into the MLP, she's been in good form herself. And Sarah, as we know, she's taken her game to a whole new level. We might have to get some key insights, some key intel on your
I can't tell too much. We still have the Melbourne event. But no, it's a pleasure to play with both of those players.
So we're back underway here. It's a confident start from the Gold Coast duo.
Great thinking by both sides, really moving around their opponents.
Nice counter attack from Sarah.
With the lob. Oh, what a point. That had everything.
That did, and all
resets, counters, dinking, a lob. It was amazing.
High quality pickleball. And no damage done for
602.
Masand and Burr. They've got the ball back.
Point.
So a big lead here for Burr and Masand.
702.
Burr just
Side out.
not controlling that one.
It's one of those balls, those are very difficult balls because they're sitting up there and you really want to go and hit it hard, but it's hard to kind of hold back a little bit and keep that ball in and get it to drop.
Nice defense from Burr.
Oh, what a lob. Oh, just a little bit out.
Gee, I wonder where she learnt that shot from, Roman.
171.
You've had a huge effect on Australian pickleball.
We have seen a lot more lobs, I think, recently in the MLP. People are expecting the lob a lot more, and so it's taken away some of the effectiveness of the lob, I would say. But I still think, I think it just opens up the court, especially if you do it at a time when your opponents aren't expecting it.
711.
Oh, just long.
Really taking a lot of court there. Patel really inserting himself to get them back in the game.
Side out.
What can they do here? They've got to do something. This is game 1 of the quarterfinals. It's semi-final berth up for grabs for one of these teams.
Second server.
Patel he's had 2 service errors and just a few drive errors, so he hasn't quite found his groove yet. Mayor Patel.
172. Point.
Here we go. Let's see if that changes the momentum a little bit. They're running out of time to make a run in this first set.
272.
Ooh. Great hands by Bush.
He's got super fast hands. But so too does Mayor. And you may have seen those
Yeah.
yesterday.
Yeah.
For a big guy, he's got such fast hands.
He moves very well at the net. Very deceptive.
And that's a great speed up from Lakani straight on to Burr.
7-2-2.
Right at the toes, Patil.
Here we go. Let's see if they're going to run here.
So they've got the side out. Now, can they make them pay? Can they bank some points here?
Recall. 2-7-1.
Nice shaped serve from Lakani.
Having played on these surfaces, the kitchen is quite dangerous. Most of the balls are skidding, so it's really hard if somebody puts a little bit of an underspin or undercut on the ball. It is hard to time those dinks. So I think we'll see a lot more of that as the match progresses.
I liked how Sarah was dinking to the inside foot as well as trying to move Lakani around.
3-7-2.
They have played against each other quite a number of times, so they should be familiar with each other's games.
This is a lot of lefties on the court at the same time.
It's lefty fest.
Oh,
Point.
and here they come.
Nice returning from Masand. That deep return keeping Patil and Lakani right back. It's game one.
7-4-1. Ball.
On a foot. Oh, it's a foot fault.
False. Join.
I know, a point to the Gold Coast. So Patil, I think, just pushing off, yeah?
Those high balls are tough. Especially when you have two people calling it like that.
That's a great call from the head referee, Sumi Rajpal. So just explaining the reasoning there. So because they touched paddles, they became one, and Lakani was actually the one pushing off out of the kitchen. So that was well picked up by the referee.
9-4-1.
Big lead here for the Gold Coast team of Burr and Masan. Oh!
Second server.
Just nicked the side of the post.
Oh, that would have looked amazing.
It looked very promising after she had it.
Maybe just an inch lower and it would have been there.
9-4-2.
Second serve from Masan. And a great speed up cross court from Burr.
That was a very well-timed speed up.
And it had to be because it was cross court,
Yeah.
to the quick hands of Patil.
Right. It was a very gutsy move.
Yeah.
It worked out this time. We'll see if she does that again.
Oh, and
Side out.
Lakani just surprising Burr with a front on speed up of her own.
Four 10-1.
4-10. Stink rally, Sarah looking for that Ernie. And Patil was looking for that quicker dink cross court. Lakani just giving Patil that look of, what were you thinking? I think that's what that look was, Roman.
That's what I interpreted as well. I'm not sure what they were saying to each other, but that is the look that that's the look that I got too.
They've got another point here.
All right.
Can they build something? Burr with the fake. Makani giving herself room for the speed up there, but just clipping the net. So a chance for the Gold Coast team of Burr and Massan to bank this first game in the quarterfinals. And Massan, what a beautiful poach, and what a way to finish the first game of the mixed doubles quarterfinals. They've taken this 11-5 and we'll be back right after this with game 2. Welcome back to PPA Australia Vietnam Open. It's mixed doubles day and it's quarterfinal action. And we've got two supreme teams going head to head here. So if you've just joined us, it's Masand and Burr up 1 game to love. And they've just got the side out. So a chance to start strongly here in the second. Nice dink rally.
Wow,
I'm Patil.
what a point.
And I'm joined by superstar himself, Gold Coast MLP Australia player for the Gold Coast and PPA USA player as well, Roman Estereja. Thanks for joining us, Roman.
Thanks for having me, Gordon. Good to be here.
Side out.
It'll be interesting to see. You know, I think obviously Sarah and Vish had great momentum in that first match. They had the lead for much of it. Just starting out a little bit slower. So we'll see if they're able to pick things back up and really pick up where they left off in that last match.
Oh, and did that clip Patil?
It did. It did. That's the second time. You know, that's how the first match
Yeah.
ended as well.
So Vish is on a bit of a roll. Well, and that was pretty vicious, we
It was
should
very
say.
vicious. Vicious Vish.
Carney with the speed up. Burr is on fire.
Oh,
Lay down.
And
what
Burr,
great hands by Sarah.
oh, great control in the dinks, and then to get the speed up straight at Lakani. So not only did she defend Lakani's speed up, she sped up to Lakani and
0-0-1.
got the cookies. Oh,
Point.
and Vish again sliding across.
That was a great cover by Vish. That is a ball probably only a lefty would be able to get there to close that gap. That was amazing.
And just touching on that, how do you approach playing two lefties on the same team, Roman? Do you swap up the tactics?
It's not a matchup that you are used to really seeing by many teams. So I think they really keep teams guessing. And what I've noticed as well is that Sarah and Vish, they're not necessarily just sticking to either side. They are switching it up as well. It does seem like Sarah's predominantly on the left, but as both lefties, they definitely have the capability to switch as well. It is hard to plan around because I don't think I've ever even played a double lefty team, so it's not something that you're used to seeing.
Oh, what a put away from Vish. He's dialed in now for sure. And they've kept a clean sheet, and it's side out. Sarah really looking for those attacking opportunities. She's like a cat in a hot tin roof.
Point.
Just her presence at the net, I think, is playing with Lakani.
She's making her presence feel known there. You know, it's the threat of the earner that she's looking for. So applying a lot of pressure.
So as we mentioned, a semi-final berth up for grabs for one of these teams. And it looks like Burr and Masand are edging their way into what could be a semi-final berth. Oh, just wide.
Point.
That was nicely built, Point.
It's one of those balls you wish you could take back, but you have to swing at that ball. You just missed it barely, but it was a great point, great build-up, like you mentioned.
Just a bit too high from Lakani on that shot, and a chant or a second serve.
1-4-2.
The fake there from Burr. Oh. And Patil, I'm not sure if that was the right speed up ball because he didn't quite get enough on it.
Yeah.
And you cannot give Vish something half-hearted.
4-1-1.
Otherwise it comes back with interest.
Wow. Vish is just taking over here. He's feeling very comfortable attacking both sides, and I think that's effective. You know, not attacking in the same spot every time. It keeps the opponent guessing, not really sure which of them they are going to attack.
And with that double-hander, it's so hard, if you're on the other side of the net, it's so hard to, until the very last minute, to know what shot he is going to play. Oh, and it's at a
Another
foot fault.
push off. Oh, no.
So a foot fault from Patil. It's the second of the match for him, and the same in the same scenario, just pushing off, going up for that smash. So we'll just recap the score. It's Burt and Masan 6-1 here in game 2.
1-1.
They're literally just 5 points away from a semi-final berth. And the way this game is flowing, it's hard to see Patil and Lakhani getting back into this, but they're calling a timeout. They've got to try something here, Roman.
Yeah.
If you were in Patil and Lakhani's shoes, how would you try and change this up?
I don't like the patterns that they're going at right now. I think that they need to be a little bit more patient with their attacks. I think they're still not fully understanding how to play a double lefty team because they're hitting balls down the middle that's going right to Vish's forehand, and the guy typically in mix is a little bit more of the aggressive one, so they're giving him the balls that he wants. So what I'd like to see them do is play Sarah a little bit more. I think Patel is going cross court with Sarah a lot, but I think we know that Lakhani likes to pull. You know, it's a couple dinks and then she pulls, but, you know, Sarah and Vish kind of have her number in that regard. So I'd like to see them maybe just slow it down a little bit and, you know, try something different. I think their strategy going into the first game is kind of to play fast, and Vish and Sarah came ready to play. So down 7-1, you know, I think going into this, I'd like to see them just try something different. Maybe they're driving their thirds, maybe they're dropping their fists, or just trying to be a little bit more creative, because right now I think that they're just hitting very predictable shots. And Sarah and Vish, they seem very cool, calm, and collected for a reason. You know, I think that they feel like they have this in the bag, and so we'll see if Lakhani and Patel can kind of fight back here and make this a closer match.
They're definitely playing with a nice controlled aggression, not doing anything too outlandish, and they don't need to. They're in full control. Oh, Vishan!
Wow.
Vicious, that is just
Insane.
insane. You said it,
Insane.
Roman, that is the only way to describe that. I don't think he's broken the ball in the process. That was just incredible play from Vish, turning defense into offense in one stroke of the paddle. Such is the talent of Vish Masand. And have we got an injury on the side of the court? So it looks like Lakhani is down.
Maybe just need some water. I know that they played their first match out in the sun on one of those courts out there, and today is definitely the most hot and humid day Of course, that happens on the last day when everybody's already pretty cooked. And the conditions out here have been a challenge for many of us that aren't used to this humidity or heat.
So the back in, so just taking, maybe just stretching out the legs, toweling down the paddle.
7-1-1.
7-1-1.
Second server.
Vish has had a lot of success with that ball up until now, but that one just drifting wide. Second serve here for the Gold Coast duo.
Interesting here, they're choosing, or at least the last point, we'll see if they do it here. They're not stacking anymore, they're staying. So they're putting Lakani across with Sarah, maybe looking for a different pattern that works for them.
New win, Hong Kong win. Sharon and Rosen, please. Sharon and Rosen to court 4, please. Sharon and Rosen to court 4.
Just right onto that first volley. So a side out.
7-1.
It's do or die here for Patil
It really is.
and Lakani. Berth threatening that Ernie again. Straddling the kitchen.
What a
But
great speed up by Vish.
What a great speed up by Vish.
Held it just long enough to keep Patel not sure which side he's going to go to, and outstretched his arm and just hit the edge of the paddle.
1-7-2.
He's
Okay,
just so
we'll see.
smart.
They're going back to stacking here. Let's see if that makes the difference.
Nice dink rally. Patience. Who's going to pull the trigger? Oh, Lakani. That was a half pull. And a lob. Oh, Sarah just apologising for Vish. But yeah, you have to be so precise with your lobs when you're trying to get over the top of Patil. So it looks.
Now they're both.
Oh, they're
now
both cramping. So
both on the ground.
So, and that rally, a long dink rally like that, would, if you're suffering cramps,
Yes.
it probably exacerbates the situation just that little bit more. Have you ever been in that situation, Roman, where it's, you know, it's like we can't describe the heat here. It's just oppressive heat.
You walk outside and you're instantly just you're torched. You know, it's
Torched.
I'm going through shirts like I've never gone through before. If I don't bring 2 or 3 shirts, I'm just like a wet mop, just walking around. But yeah, none of these conditions, and I think that's something that you see with folks that are used to playing in humid conditions. They're definitely a lot fairer off playing in a place like this. But everybody's making do with the conditions. They're equal conditions for everyone, so you just have to see who at the end of the day is able to kind of outlast and really push forward when it counts. We're here at 7-1. Neither team has really scored for a couple of side outs now. We'll see which team is able to kind of push through here.
Well, we saw Patil suffer cramps yesterday in the men's doubles day. So obviously it's a lingering condition, and he just took on some hydrolytes there, so trying to keep on top of it. Lovely deep return from Burr. Back into this dink pattern. And that's a pattern that works for Patel.
Patel does a really good job of creating those pop-ups. He attacks right at the body and is waiting there to pounce to put that ball away, and very rarely does he not put that next ball away.
Patient dink rally again. He will pull the trigger this time. Sarah being so patient, working the ball beautifully.
Great reset. And we're back. Oh.
And what a rally.
Wow, what a rally.
Great defense from Burr halfway through that.
So we see Lakhani and Patel kind of making a little run here. They look a little bit, they have a little pep in their step. They looks like they're not really to concede this second match to Ish and Sarah.
That sounds like Jason Taylor on an outside court. Wow. Really trying to keep that pressure on Lakhani here. Freezing out Patel. What patience. Oh, did that? I think that hit his foot. What a rally. What a rally. And
wow, what a rally.
And I wonder if that's partly because he's suffering cramps. He just couldn't move his feet.
His paddle moved, but his feet didn't. That was a great run that they went on there, though. They're back in this game. Let's see if they can hold them for another 2 shots.
But Burr and Massan really sending a message saying, if you want this game, you're going to have to grind it out. And that's a quick point in the context of this match.
8-4-1.
And it puts them within 3 points of a semi-final berth. Sarah's energy is still at peak level. And the attacks from Burr and Masand take their toll on Mayor Patel.
That was a great spot by Vish.
9-4-1.
9-4-1.
Wow.
Sophia Junior, Nathan Willis, Queen, Big Queen, please.
And Patil. And I think that's a tied shot, Roman. Do you
Yes.
think?
Yes. Twice in 1 point to be lobbed, moving around like that. Smart throw by Vish. High IQ to recognize that.
And probably we may even see that again here, but it's match point here for a place in the semi-finals. Nice defense from Masand.
Emma Pe'an. Eric Charles.
Sarah is just on fire in this match. And there it is. What a great performance from Sarah Burr and Vish Masand. They've taken this quarterfinal 11-5, 11-4 over the celebrated duo from India, Isha Lakhani and Mayur Patil. That's a great win for the Gold Coast pair, Roman.
That is a great win. They have quite the semi matchup next against Mitch and Amelia. You guys don't want to miss that match. That's going to be a very good match. Players that are very familiar with each other's games. So we should see. I would expect to see a long match.
Well, and on that note, we'll take a break and, of course, be back with more action from the PPA Australia Vietnam Open. We hope you're enjoying the action live here, and we'll be back with more very soon. And welcome back to PPA Australia, the Vietnam Open from beautiful Carmelina Beach Resort. This event is powered by Joola, and wow, we seen powerful pickleball this morning. And I'm joined by Dylan Kimlin in the commentary box, Dylan, and we've got a mouth-watering prospect here right in front of us. It's semi-finals, mixed doubles. Tell us about it.
It's nearly as tantalising as all the banh mi have had this weekend. Let me tell you that. We have the combination of Vish Masand, who has ball in hand, teaming up with Sarah Burr, and they're up against Mitchell Hargraves, Amelia Schmidt. Semi-final action. Let's get started.
An all-Australian affair, and a good call from Sarah Burr as it floats long. So all four players on court know each other's game inside out, Dylan.
Big time. Yeah, but it's a MLPA clash here. We have the Gold Coast Glory taking on the Sydney Smash.
102.
From season one.
From season one, yeah.
Oh, great resets. Oh, and Vish finishes off a fierce rally to start.
That is the beautiful thing about playing against two lefties. They can chuck a switch in there and it doesn't matter. Masand and Burr off to a great start.
And it'll be interesting to see if Hargraves and Schmidt, they're a tried and true combination that have been together for quite some time, as to whether they've come up against a double lefty duo before.
I have no doubt in my mind that they would have. These two have done it all.
And that was a lovely cross-court dink from Hargraves. That angle really took Sarah by surprise.
Yeah, and Gordon, we should probably say that the winner of this game will go ahead to take on Joey Wild and Danielle Townsend.
Lovely play. Oh, what? Mitchell Hargraves. That's just a crazy backhand volley.
Yeah, he has some incredible reach, doesn't he? Lob recovery, perfect. Point earned. 1 point game. This is 3 games to 11, win by 2. Should we get to a third? Players will rotate at 6, utilising the Jura Fast 40s.
Nice dig from Schmidt. And there's that angle from Hargraves again, opening up the court and setting his partner up for the smash. That's just perfect pickleball right there.
Yeah, the old volleyball dig and the pop-up smash there for Amelia Schmidt.
3, 2, 1.
The tried and tested tandem coming in clutch once more.
Oh. Wow. Oh, incredible play. And Sarah going straight at the body of Schmidt. Schmidt just saying back to Burr, that's okay, it's all part of the game. You've got to do what you've got to do. Especially when it's the semi-finals of the PPA Australia, the Vietnam Open. Everything is on the line here.
Yep, we've got the medals and the prize money. These players understand what is at stake. Vish Masand to bring it in.
And dare I say, Dylan, bragging rights as well.
Well, it's probably something we should mention, Gordo, that Hargraves and Sarah Burr, probably widely regarded as the poster people of the pickleball Australian scene.
Well, and the real trailblazers of Australian pickleball. You know, they were the first duo to go to America, play in the PPA over there, and it's players like Amelia Schmidt who have benefited in the years to follow. So, you know,
3-3-2.
they really are great ambassadors for the game.
Right out.
Yeah, warm conditions here in Vietnam too, Gordo. I feel like this is probably our most humid day thus far.
It is definitely hot.
3-3-1.
The sun seems, I don't know if it's possible, but it seems stronger. Nice placement there from Mitch. Didn't overhit it.
Yeah, they're playing very precise pickleball at the moment, and that is to be expected considering Hargraves got the queen of the reset
4-3-1.
on the opposing side, Sarah Burr, and Vish Masand is lethal when he gets those scoring opportunities. A double lob.
Oh,
And that is put away. Sarah Burr, not normally known for lobs.
yeah, well, I don't know about that, Dylan. I was talking with Roman, and
Yeah, who would better?
the Roman the Esterreha effect on Australian pickleball. There's a lot more lobs being played,
Oh, you're right. Yeah, the glory connection, that is for sure.
but you're right, 2 in 1 rally.
Oh, I'm all about it, mixing things up.
6-3-1.
Well, it's early on. Both teams still feeling out, trying to find those patterns that are going to work.
It's always tricky. I mean, these two teams have gone toe-to-toe against each other so many times now. And they know what to expect.
Right out.
I think the X factor here, Gordo, is Vish Masand.
I think you're right.
3-6-1.
I think you're right. And watching Vish in the game before,
Yeah, how did he go? You obviously covered the last game.
absolutely. They deconstructed the pairing, the Indian powerhouse pairing of Lakhani and Patel in straight games. So I think that'll give them a lot of confidence here.
Oh, that's
And
a great shot.
There you go, right down the middle. So
Yeah.
I think Lakhani and Patel had trouble breaking down the double lefty combo. So, you know, spots that you would normally hit to aren't there when you're up against a double lefty.
Yeah.
4-6-2.
Isha being a lefty herself, that
Yeah.
throws caution to the wind.
There's that lob again, perfectly placed. A tweener from Hargraves.
Well, they're having fun out there.
Timeout call.
That's a timeout here from Amelia Schmidt. Combination of Hargraves and Schmidt's going to have a breather. And talking about deconstructing, Gordo, we did see the combination of Joey Wild and Danielle Townsend. I was fortunate enough to call that game for Townsend and Wild going through. And let me tell you, they just tore apart JT and Tadpole in that particular game. And, you know, as you said, the last game that you've just called, we've seen these teams that are clearly hot, right? They're coming in, they're dominating. Townsend and Wildman, they just looked so comfortable. So it's going to be interesting to see the winner of this particular game. They are going into a very difficult matchup.
Well, definitely. And I think either one of these teams will match up well and really push Townsend and Wild. And you've got to give credit to Tadpole and Taylor. You know, they beat some big names to
That's right.
get to that semi-final. And to make a semi-final in this stacked field
Yes.
is a huge accomplishment. So, and you know, they'll be playing off for the bronze. So they'll be playing the loser of this match, and they'll be playing off for bronze themselves. So there's still a bronze medal at stake for one of those, or for them, and possibly one of these teams. So both these teams be wanting to stamp their ticket into the gold medal match, that's for sure.
Hargrave striking once more.
He's just so sharp today.
You know, I was watching George Wall and Jamie Way earlier today, and I was like, has George even played a tournament? Like, he just looks so relaxed on the court. I'm getting the exact same vibe here from Mitchell Hargraves. Very composed at the moment.
When he's in this frame of mind, he's just so hard to beat.
Wow.
Oh, great play, Hargraves.
Just an offensive onslaught at the net. We did see Sarah Burr just getting everything back somehow.
As she does.
Yeah.
She's an absolute defense dynamo. The Duchess of defense. Lovely dink rally. So patient. Who's going to take the chance? Lovely dink by Hargraves. And again, it's that forcing dink wide that is opening up the court. Smart play from Hargraves.
And we have a timeout here on the side of Sarah Burr. We should probably mention, Gordo, that Mitchell Hargraves is just coming off of a Australian Pickleball Championships Player of the Tournament. We had the pleasure, and you had the pleasure of playing in that particular tournament. And Hargraves, yeah, he went back-to-back, defended 2 of his titles to secure that particular title, and well done. And he is in fine form. They're currently enjoying a 3-point lead in these stifling conditions here at Vietnam. Gordo, you've had the pleasure of commentating a couple of events here in the past. Just give us a rundown for anyone that hasn't played in Vietnam. What can they expect from the local Vietnam population?
Oh, the Vietnamese people, like, and particularly here at the Carmelina Beach Resort, I kid you not, like coming back for the first time was amazing. The staff was friendly, but the second time, coming back this time, it was like coming home to family.
Oh.
They all remembered my name. I just couldn't believe it. And it wasn't just one or two. It's everybody. So, you know, I'm just blown away by this place. I just love it. Oh. What happened there?
Hot hands, I'm guessing.
And
paddle has gone flying.
And a slippery paddle.
Oh, no. So Hargraves has lost the point because after that shot, his paddle did strike the net. Official Gray having a chuckle. Doesn't typically happen that particular play. What an outrageous sequence of events.
And again, it comes back to the conditions here, the hot, humid conditions. Like we've seen sweat literally pouring off players. Amelia giving us a wry smile. She can't believe what just occurred.
Okay. Order has been
restored.
Yep. Let's get back into it.
Literally back into it, back into this dink game. So patient.
ATP.
And I defended. And wow. No way. Oh my gosh! That is the match. That is the point of the tournament right there.
Oh my goodness,
That
Vish.
is incredible.
Vish going viral in Vietnam. Those defensive efforts were insane, and we're going to have a timeout. Everyone can take a collective
Oh
breath.
my gosh, I am flabbergasted, Dylan. What did we just see on court then?
Oh, the PPA Tour Australia. Like
Oh.
that there sums it up, just the sheer quality we have in our courts right now. Every game is so difficult. That there. My goodness.
Both teams switching from offense to defense, and I'm just lost for words. That is why Sarah Burr and Vish, their defense is just phenomenal. But then
Yep. Yeah.
the counter from Hargraves and Schmidt, that was incredible play, and that really does make this first game here in this semi-final even more important, because it's points like that can change matches.
Oh, you're exactly right. And to our players on court, they're reviewing this footage later on. Let me tell you, the highest praise a commentator can give you is to be speechless. That was crazy. And I look forward to seeing what this game can continue to give. Our spectators are thoroughly enjoying
You have no more timeout. Receivers, you have one more timeout.
what we have on
Time
hand.
in,
Burr to
time
bring it
in,
in.
one.
Can they use this momentum?
And
Yes, they can.
They can, with the help of a net roll, but everything counts. And they've closed that gap to within 2.
6-8-1.
Great return deep down the middle from Hargraves.
Second server.
That deep return really does set them up well. It keeps their opponents back.
6-8-2.
Oh,
Right up.
smart play from Hargraves. The speed up to Burr and then the pop up and just puts it away at Massan's feet. Vishal, that's a Vishan. That's a hybrid of both names in one.
Yeah.
Nice pick up from Schmidt, but a great put away from Burr.
Yeah, and dare I say, the question has been asked here of Hargraves and Schmidt, considering
6-2.
momentum is heavily shifted towards the way of Burr and Massand. Switch in effect.
Nice attack.
Down
Wow.
line is good.
I love that poach from Amelia Schmidt. That is Annalie Water-esque right there.
Yeah, well, we refer to her as the Australian Annalie and continues to dominate. This is an awfully close game here for our game one.
9-6-2.
3 points in it.
Oh, Hargraves, that was fired like a rocket at his paddle shoulder. It was perfect placement from Burr, but Hargraves returned it with interest.
Game point can't be secured. Side out. Burr and Massand have another chance. Let's see what they can do with it.
6-10-1.
Some extra spin and skid on that ball from Hargraves.
10-2.
He's really mixing those dinks up and causing chaos. And that one's just outside.
Bit of an off-pace shot down the line for Schmidt.
So a little door opening here for the Gold Coast duo.
And the Glory have had a pretty crazy weekend. They went down in a clean sweep of 0-4 on our first day, and then yesterday against the Breakers, 4-0.
Who can pick it?
No, you can't. Speaking of the fours,
7-10.
those guys are in hot form.
And all that action will be coming live this afternoon, right after the gold medal matches here in the mixed doubles.
10-7-1.
One of these teams will be in that gold medal match. Who will it be?
7-7.
A third match point, game
7-2.
point. It's just the first game of best of three. Hargraves.
Oof.
Oh,
Vishmasan pulling that trigger once more. I consider Vishmasan as a heavily underrated player in the Australian pickleball scene. What a legend he is. Top-notch bloke as well.
oh. And I think in years to come, there's going to be another Masand playing. His daughter already can hit the ball pretty well. And a poach from Masand. I like Schmidt dinking to the inside as well as the outside foot, mixing it up. Who's going to break? Sarah keeping Hargraves interested.
Just sheer patience on display. And Gordo, you mentioned one of Vish's young family members getting involved. Maybe a potential PPA Tour Australia junior that we could see perform later on, as we do have the juniors getting stuck into our events throughout the Australian pickleball scene. If you are interested in getting on board, please take a look at the PPA Tour Australia website. We'd love to see our juniors getting amongst it.
Well, absolutely. And there's the event coming up in Melbourne in only just a few weeks' time. So visit the PPA Australia website, register for the next event. Oh, nice attack from Schmidt, and the third match point of game point, they've banked it. So Schmidt and Hargraves take a 1-game-to-love lead here in the semi-final against Burr and Masand. Dylan, that's a good foundation for Schmidt and Hargraves.
You know, they were tested. We had some ridiculous rallies in the middle of that, but you are right. In the end, Hargraves and Schmidt just pulled it out. I think they really grit and grinded. We did see a lot of long dink rallies towards the end there from Schmidt and Burr, but well done to Amelia. She did well against the absolute superstar in Sarah Burr. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to bounce into a quick commercial break, get stuck into our game two here of this semi-final live from the PPA Tour Australia. Welcome back. This is PPA Tour Australia Vietnam Open, powered by Joola. Live from the Carmelina Beach Resort. We have Game 2 action right here. And Sarah Burr starting off with a strong strike.
What a way to start from Sarah Burr.
0-0-1.
They need to get the business done here in Game 2. Oh, nice get from Masand. And that was a good lob. Burr could only just get the tip of her paddle on that and, of course, goes long.
0-0-2. Tied up.
You can see Masand just talking to himself, trying to get him
0-0-1.
zoned back in. They must win this to force a Game 3.
And that's dropped in, yeah.
Yep. Top spin applied.
With a plenty, because that looked like it was going to go out until the very last minute.
1-0-1.
Oh, well defended by Schmidt. Oh, but that's indefensible. That was just sheer brute power from Burr.
Yeah, it looks like we are seeing a strategy change here, Gordo. Now, the last game we did see a lot of cross-thinking action from Burr and Schmidt. This time around, they're facing each other.
Oh, Hargraves. Great athleticism to get to that ball.
He has outrageous reach,
0-2.
able to cover a large percentage of the court in quick time.
Oh,
Tied up.
just going wide. The net roll didn't help.
0-2-1. Second server.
And we are utilising the traditional scoring format, so second opportunity here for Burr.
2-2. Point.
Yeah, quintessential Amelia Schmidt there, that bounce forehand speed up. Unfortunately, the net was in the way.
Damn net. Oh, Hargraves had to dig that. And a nice backhand put away.
And we are seeing Amelia Schmidt receiving a large percentage of the balls. But Mitchell Hargraves, when he does get that opportunity, he's putting it away with force.
They're playing very calculated pickleball.
2-1-1.
Nice shot from Schmidt into the kitchen. And she let it go. She was gunning, hit it, and then dropped the paddle.
Yeah, well left.
Swing, yeah.
Well left. That was intentional.
3-1-1.
Amelia knows what she's doing.
So 3-1-1. So this is a good start to Game 2 for Hargraves and Schmidt. It's just the start they'd be looking for.
Second server.
Really good footwork there from Schmidt and Hargraves. For Mitchell, a very rare dinking error.
3-1-2.
Second server.
Oh, you cannot do that with Mitchell Hargraves prowling.
Like swatting a pinata. All the lollies came out. Terrific strike there from Hargraves.
And it's a nice lead here now, 4-1. In the second game, they would dearly love to lock this away in 2 straight games.
And that is, I guess, the risk you run with a double left-handed combination. We did have a miscommunication there, and as a result, Sarah Burr, Vish Masand have called a timeout. Reassess some options, Gordo.
Wow, and and they've burst out of the blocks here in this second game. Hargraves and Schmidt, they've opened up a nice lead, and it's looking, well, solid for them. So Masand and Burr have got it all to do now. They're down a game, and they've just got to find a pattern that's going to work for them. So towards the tail end of that first game, they started to find their groove, and it was just through patience, the dink rally, and one gets the feeling like if they're going to work their way back into this match, it's going to be a tough, grinding way, and just being patient, ready for that pop-up that either left-hander can get to.
Yeah, you're right, and I mean, for the combination of Hargraves and Schmidt, they've played so many tournaments now. Like, they've been in these real gritty situations where they just keep slowly putting points on the board, and eventually the scoreboard pressure is too much for their opposition. Can Burr and Masand respond? Game 2, let's find out.
It's like being caught in a vice, Dylan.
Yep. Dare I say a Viper Vice, considering Amelia Schmidt plays for the Western Vipers?
Well, possibly, but that was a lovely put away from Burr, right on the outside foot of Hargraves.
5-1.
She's not done with yet. She'll go down fighting.
Smart play from Hargraves. Saw the Burr was way back at the baseline. Subtle drop in the kitchen, got the job done.
5-2.
Oh, nice from Masand.
I think we all knew what Vish was doing there
I
with that
know,
wind
he
up.
broadcast that, and Amelia ruining the chance of firing it straight back down the line to Burr. Nice deep return. Oh, Vish just unleashing with 3 firecrackers.
Yeah, that driving prowess of his, unstoppable.
And that's what we saw in the tail end of that first game. If they can just tap back into that vein of... And... Did that catch? No, it didn't.
She's going for it, though. I like this. An aggressive Vish.
Yeah,
Entertaining.
Well, if once Vish is set going, he's very hard to stop. And if he can just tap into that.
Sarah Burr not hitting the middle of her paddle. Sends a flying to our lovely banner at the back. And I have a question as our players utilise some towels here, Gordo. If we ever have a Hall of Fame in Australia, Sarah Burr, Mitchell Hargraves.
Oh, definitely. I think, I mean, while they're still playing, I think there's a few people who may deserve to go into that first. And top of my list, you know, it's probably a few people who who fly under the radar a little.
Oh,
You know,
there's a lot of them. I know who you're referring to.
Yep.
oh, nice angle on that dink from Burr.
Did that hit Massan?
Oh, hit him. Thank you. Point.
It did. He just, great sportsmanship there from Massand.
3-2.
Great poach from Schmidt. Wow.
Point.
Players just toweling down. And Hargraves and Schmidt edging closer here to a possible gold medal match.
3-2.
Can they book their ticket into the gold medal match? And with shots like that and play like that, it could only be a few points away.
Oh, look, Gordo, I refer to Mitchell Hargraves as captain consistent for a reason. Minimal errors off of his paddle. He's taking on one of the best defensive players in the PPA Tour Australia in Sarah Burr and can still put those shots away with ease.
Point.
Just put the shield up. You got fish blasted at you.
We're just going to wait for the score from the referee.
Timeout called, receiver.
Oh,
10-3.
timeout call.
But yeah, on the topic of Hall of Fame, Gordo,
Yeah, well,
continue it.
I think one no-brainer would have to be Jen Ramamurthy. She, because let's face it, pickleball probably wouldn't exist in Australia at the level that it is without her input. And another for me would be Keith Bing, based on the Sunshine Coast. He's had effects on the game that people from day to day don't usually see. And from little things like planning the first ever purpose-built court was actually built in Caboolture at Halcyon. And it was because of him.
I've had the pleasure of playing there.
Yeah, and Halcyon have then gone on to build other purpose-built pickleball courts at their facilities around Australia. So, and that has really given access to the game at unprecedented levels. So,
Two great shouts. Two very good shouts.
Point. Game. Match.
And that's
and
it.
that's it. And what a way to wrap up this match. That was a really impeccable performance from Hargraves and Schmidt. A convincing 11-7, 11-3 win. And that really does stand them in good stead moving into the gold medal match, Dylan.
And strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. We have a combination of Joey Wild, Danielle Townsend taking on Schmidt and Hargraves again.
And they're going to need every bit of confidence they can muster going into that match because, as we know, Danielle Townsend and Joey Wild are a deadly combination.
They're going for a back-to-back-to-back.
A three-peat.
Yes, a three-peat.
A PPA Australia three-peat. Can they do it?
Yeah, well, we're about to find out, ladies and gentlemen. We have gold medal pickleball coming up right here at PPA Tour Australia Vietnam Open. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. We'll be back live with all the action straight after this.
Super duper.
Welcome back to PPA Australia, the Vietnam Open, powered by Joola at the beautiful Carmelina Beach Resort. And it's gold medal mixed doubles day. Dylan Kimlin, what are we going to expect here?
Oh, welcome everyone. Thank you for having me, Gordon Watson. As we're about to get stuck into our game here, on the left side we can see the combination. Amelia Schmidt and Mitchell Hargraves taking on Danielle Townsend and Joey Wild. These two teams have gone head-to-head in the past over a gold, to which Wild and Townsend were successful. Has to be said, Joey Wild, Danielle Townsend won the gold in Redcliffe. They won the gold in Gold Coast. They are going for a three-peat.
Can they do it here? Can they get the three-peat? Just to win one gold would be amazing, Dylan, but to win 3 in a row is really quite something and would be really quite an achievement by this outstanding duo. But they're up against another tried and true combination in Hargraves and Schmidt. Now, they had a very tough and probably a good match in preparation for this one. They had a great win over Massand and Burr in the semi-finals. It was a real grinding match that had everything. Lots of dinking and patience and some very hot shot making. So it really had everything, and I think we can expect the same thing in this match.
Yeah, exactly right. And their opposition of Townsend and Wild, you know, they had a game against Taylor and Tadpole. And let me tell you, it's probably the opposite to what we saw in our game with Burr, Massand and Hargraves and Schmidt, because Townsend and Wild just is clinical. They started off with an 11-0. How often do we see that in a semi-final? These two are just in scintillating form. They are the team to beat, and they would be feeling very confident as we go into this game. Danielle Townsend performed at a very high level late last night for our MLPA event. You were commentating, finished
for the
well past midnight.
Yeah, for the New Zealand Hustle, and there was a couple of key pivotal moments. I was speaking off camera to Michelle Esquivel earlier. She, in that dream breaker, I think it was her clutch moment that won it for them, but we'll obviously talk about that this afternoon. But Danielle played a key role in that win as well, and she's had a phenomenal last couple of months, really. She's had success at the Australian Championships, PPA, you name it, she's done it.
Yeah, and we're seeing some old teammates go head-to-head here. Townsend, Schmidt clearly have teamed up in the past. And so have Hargraves and Wild. Gold medal action here. Let's get started.
Find out.
And that's a bit of an anticlimactic
I know,
start.
I was about to say that's a bit of an anticlimax. Maybe Joey knew.
He likes to keep us on our toes.
And Hargraves, an electric start.
Yeah, raw aggression of the kitchen line covering a large percentage of the court. We know how elite Danielle Townsend's hands are at that kitchen net. Mitchell Hargraves not perturbed at all. First points on the board.
Oh, and a lovely angle put away from Hargraves.
That was a game of keepy-uppy. Just kept going higher and higher. Eventually, the double-hander backhand to Mitchell Hargraves, easy down the right side. 2 points on the board.
2-0-1.
Sumi Rajpal is our head referee for this one.
Second server.
And he has had a terrific weekend. Got him in the commentary booth with you last night. Somehow he managed to snag that role.
He's a multi-talented young man.
Point.
And Joey, just a few uncharacteristic errors to start this match. I'm not sure if he suffers nerves though. He's always cool as a cucumber. Oh, and I love that poach by Amelia Schmidt. Just, we saw it in the semi-final against Burr and Massand, and we're seeing it here.
This is a bit odd. We don't often see Joey Wild with several unforced errors. Not entirely sure what's going on with the superstar, but...
And I'm just wondering whether he's cramping in that wrist.
5-0-2.
Because obviously the conditions are hot, humid, and he's been playing a lot of pickleball.
Yeah, and we can see smart play there from Hargraves and Schmidt, immediately recognising that something's a little bit off with Joey. Bunch of the balls going his way, and as a result, there's a pop-up. Danielle Townsend, as quick as her hands are, can't get that one back.
Something to do with the wrist, or possibly the muscles around that forearm.
6-0-2.
And it's a big lead to start with. This is a bit of a shock.
Side out.
Well, here we go. The question's been asked. Can Townsend and Wild respond? And I think you're onto something, Gordo. We can see Joey just stretching things out. A legend of the game and a top-notch bloke to boot, Joey Wild. We hope he can bounce back.
Well, something we haven't talked about, Dylan, is the success the Australian players have had in this category, the mixed doubles. Oh, Schmidt had that on her paddle.
It's a fair point you bring up, Gordo, in that the mixed.
1-6-1.
We did see in the doubles with both the ladies and the gentlemen as well as the singles. The players that weren't from Australia did very well, but you are right. The bronze medal ended up going to Sarah Burr and Vish Masand. So medals all on the board.
1-6-2.
Australian domination of the dais. And that's the Wild we know.
2-6-2.
So some points now for Townsend and Wild.
Side out.
Amelia's been incredibly vocal throughout this game. I think she may have learned a thing or two from her Western Vipers teammate Shelby Bates.
Oh, great play by Amelia Schmidt. Really showing why she is one of the best players, arguably, well, throughout the world.
I just love how she initiated that firefight, guns blazing. Mitchell Hargraves looked like he just woke up. Very subtle, relaxed reset. Unfortunately, that's hit the top of the paddle. 7-2-2.
Nice deep serve from Hargraves. Oh, and confusion.
Point.
That was great defense by Hargraves and Schmidt. And just getting that one extra ball back paid dividends. So 8-2.
8-2-2. Point.
Joey, that's four
Timeout call. Score
Four
is
errors
9-2-2.
off that side for Joey, and as a result, we're taking a timeout. I think it's actually a little bit late to take this timeout. I would have thought this would have come earlier, Dylan.
Yeah, I do wonder what's going on. As we can see in the middle of the court there, Joey Wild really gripping that side. He's coming up to official Rajpal here.
I might do something unusual, Dylan. I might actually just duck out onto court and see if we can find out.
Great idea. As Gordon is going to run off, I'm going to continue waffling on for you all. You see Joey Wild just asking the question here from Simi Rajpal. I do wonder if there'll be a medical timeout or not. It's Gordon. There he is. Not often do we have a commentator run on the court. Gordon did have the chance to dominate yesterday himself. Ended up going down to Supercoach Mike Newell. And we love Gordo. It was his birthday yesterday, by the way. The man has utter dedication to our sport. Our producer Dave's having a chuckle here. He's probably like, Dylan, don't bring that up. Gordon doesn't want that known. But happy birthday, Gordo. And thank you, everyone, for tuning into the broadcast this weekend. We've had so much fun showcasing all of our top players here from all around the world. The international viewership has been off the charts.
Amen.
And we're so glad that you've all appreciated the streams. Here we go, Joe Wild, an absolute warrior. Has run off the court. So I think he's gone to have a chat to the medical staff. And I don't know if there's a medical or a not.
So
Everyone's left the court, Gordo. What's happening?
yeah. So I just had a chat to Joey, and he does have a problem with his wrist. So he's just getting some attention on that. So, and I do believe we may go into a medical timeout. So with the score at 9-2, we'll might take a quick break, and then we'll come back and see where we're at. So don't go away. This is game one of the gold medal match in the mixed doubles right here in Vietnam. It's PPA Australia action, so stay tuned.
Butcher duper.
So welcome back here to the PPA Australia Vietnam Open. We've had a medical timeout. We're back.
9-2-2.
It's 9-2-2. Hargreaves and Schmidt leading Townsend and Wild here in the mixed doubles gold medal match. And that's a great spot from Joey Wild. So whatever they did to his wrist in that timeout seems to have done the trick.
It's great to say we love Joey Wild. We want him to do well. And the last thing we want to see is an injury getting in the way of these competitors going head-to-head.
Second server.
So as we mentioned at the start of the match, such is the talent of Townsend and Wild and the success they've been having. This would be a three-peat if they were to take out this Vietnam Open. It would be 3 straight event wins,
Point.
which is just unprecedented.
And we do have to say, Gordo, that Joey's not playing later on today to smash her out. So fair to say he can put it all on the line here. Townsend's the only one that's still got events to play.
Nice spot by Townsend.
Great shot.
And she won't be daunted going straight at Hargreaves.
No, actively enjoys that initiation of the speed up.
4-9-2.
So 4-9-2. And the net roll from Joey Wild.
Ball score is 5-9-2.
So, well, you could arguably say that was a successful timeout by Townsend and Wild because they've clawed back 3 points very quickly, Dylan.
Yeah, I wonder what treatment Joey may have got as we have a timeout here on the side of Schmidt and Hargreaves. But you can see him just at the back wall there, really working that wrist over. It's good to see him back on the court, Gordo. This is what we all want. The crowd packed as usual. This Vietnamese Open has had so many spectators thus far, and what a pleasure it's been to call.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I'm just wondering whether it's what type of injury it could be, because it's only seems to have just flared in this gold medal match. So whether he's tweaked something or it's an overuse injury, I guess we'll determine after the match, and hopefully he'll get some treatment on it. But hopefully it won't impair him too much as we move through this match.
Point.
Here we go. This is big. And fair to say, Hargreaves and Schmidt need to get back on the saddle. They had a huge lead at the start of this game.
Oh, great counter by Hargreaves. Townsend really going right at Hargreaves, but Mitch, lightning quick counter.
9-6-1.
He would have done his homework on Townsend. He will be expecting those front-on attacks.
Point.
And Schmidt was really ready to pounce on that net.
10-6-1.
Game point.
Game point.
Second server.
They have another chance.
Second serve from Schmidt.
10-6-2.
That's better from Wild.
Side out.
Schmidt did all the hard work defending her guts out and then just couldn't get that
6-10-1.
drive.
Point.
Ooh.
Flick of the wrist there for Hargreaves. A little bit too much oomph. Townsend and Wild can
7-10-1.
fire at any time. This game is not over.
Point.
And that comes back over.
Timeout called,
So a
scoring
timeout
8-10
called
one.
here, and we have seen a big momentum shift here. Since that timeout taken from Townsend and Wild, there's been a huge shift, and this first game now turns into a mental game for Hargraves and Schmidt. They've just seen a huge lead disintegrate before their eyes, and they know the deadly power of Townsend and Wild. So, this first game's on a knife edge now, Dylan.
Well, as I mentioned, the combination of Wild and Townsend did win this game already. And the gold medal was secured in Redcliffe against Amelia Schmidt and Mitchell Hargraves. As you said, they had a big lead. It's quickly slipping through their fingers. And you do have to wonder, will the mental game start to be played? Joey Wild is dug really deep here. You've got to give him credit. Townsend to bring it in. Awfully close game here for our game one.
Time in. 8-10-1.
And a
Second
great
server.
spot by Hargraves.
I have to say, Gordo, I'm a big fan of Danielle Townsend's socks.
8-10-2.
I'm just a big fan of Danielle Townsend. She's a great talent. Oh, slight
Line out.
confusion there, Dylan.
Yeah. A little bit
Joey
of
just sliding across to take that ball, but Danny was still there.
they've got to defend 2 game points here.
10-8-1. Second server.
I'm just wondering whether Hargraves changed his mind there from a third drop to a
10-8-2.
drive.
Ooh, flick of the wrist. Danielle Townsend was ready.
Tantalisingly close.
Here we go.
They
8-10-1.
unable to shut the door on Townsend and Wild in this first game. And a 1-2 punch there from Hargraves, straight at the body of Wild.
Yeah, Mitchell Hargraves, Joey Wild versed each other so many times.
Oh, and on the body of Townsend this time.
Yeah, flipped her forehead, I think. Hopefully she's okay. That's a double body there for Mitchell Hargraves, coming out swinging.
Was it the shoulder or?
Well, either way, she looks good. We can continue.
10-8-1.
Game points.
Better from Joey.
Second server.
Great defense, but a superb put away from Joey. This is a fourth
10-2.
game point here for Hargraves and Schmidt. And they defended it off again.
Yeah,
Sorry, I think that was the fifth.
bit of a snowball effect here for Joey Wild. That momentum continues to build, and so does his confidence.
8-10-1.
Can they tie this game up?
Schmidt thinking to that middle section, hoping to cause that confusion.
Ridiculous hands. Danielle Townsend coming up clutch once more.
And they edge closer still. It's now a 1-point game. And they've called their timeouts, so they wanted to take a timeout, but they've taken them.
Yep, they've used both of them. We can continue. Momentum definitely in favour of Townsend and Wild. 1 point in it.
Oh, great
Second
spot
server.
by Schmidt. Second serve.
Yeah, really lunging effort there from Townsend. Just a bit
9,
short.
10, 2.
Second server.
Yeah,
Through the
just
middle.
popped it up an inch too high, Hargraves. And we're all of a sudden locked up at 10-10.
This is huge.
What a fight back from Townsend and Wild. They were down and out in this first game,
10, 10,
Dylan.
2.
And another body
Side
shot.
Unfortunately, that doesn't count there for Daddy. The old double hit. And we have to say, Gordo, Mitchell
10,
Hargraves
10, 1.
out here collecting checks, lining these two up.
And it's an unforced error from Joey Wild. So another match point here. Sorry, game point.
Second server.
Solid defense once more from Townsend and Wild.
11-10-2.
11, 10, 2.
Oh, you're kidding me. Wow. Incredible.
Oh, terrific!
Danielle Townsend.
Big play. Danielle Townsend secures that down the left side. My goodness, Gordo.
Just when you think you've seen it all, that happens. That is the rally of the tournament right there.
And the crowd on their feet. Vietnam Open providing the goods once
10,
more.
11, 1.
Let's continue this crazy game one.
Second server.
And it's a,
10, 11, 2.
a service error after such an incredible rally.
Balls then.
Okay, we've had an out call. Challenge there from Townsend and Wild. Confirmed in from official Rajpal. Tied game.
11 all.
11, 11, 2. Point.
And now a game point for Townsend and Wild.
It's a Cinderella story we have on our hands here, Gordo. The medical timeout. Joey Wild looked in serious trouble.
12, 11, 2.
Dug deep. They now find themselves with the chance to secure this first game.
Great spot from Hargraves.
And so precise. That is not an easy smash. All eyes on Hargraves. Pressure relevant. Great shot. Side out forced. And the madness continues.
I'm still flabbergasted. This first game of this gold medal match is just a roller coaster,
11, 12,
Dylan.
1. Point.
And we're locked up now at 12 apiece.
12, 12, 1. Second server.
Just going for too much on that. Just wondering if the moisture off his hand is just causing
12, 12,
issues.
2.
That's a great shot from
out.
Townsend down to the feet. Side out forced. Reverse game of limbo here, Gordo. How high can we go? Danielle Townsend ball in
12,
hand.
1.
12-12-1.
Second server.
Joey.
Yeah, we've seen a couple speed ups from Joey Wild that haven't gone to plan, Gordo. And we do know he's battling a wrist injury.
12, 12, 2.
And a
Townsend.
great speed up from Townsend.
She's had so much success down that left side.
She's
Once again.
full of confidence.
Once again, we find ourselves in a game point situation for the combination of Townsend and Wild.
13, 12, 2.
Oh,
Side out.
and they've defended another point. So both teams have defended numerous game points now.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying the matchup here between Hargraves and Townsend, Gordo. These two are actively going toe-to-toe.
12,
Hargraves
13,
winning
1.
that exchange, forcing the side out.
And they switch back.
Point.
Townsend just a bit ambitious.
Yeah, pulled the trigger a little bit early. They were doing some terrific deep dinks during that rally, really moving around Schmidt and Hargraves.
Hargraves and Schmidt really
13,
grinding it
13, 1.
out, and it's 13-13, game one. And that was set up by that looping serve from Hargraves. He got a loose return back and just allowed him to attack right from the word go.
We saw a similar shot from Mitchell Hargraves earlier where that was a smash, but he was aiming for the middle of that court. Such a high velocity,
14,
and as a
13,
result,
1.
Now one gets the feeling now they've faced match point or game points of their own, they could go on and get it here. There it is.
big Hargraves and Schmidt
Wow.
digging the game one out, and we have got an absolute cracker on our hands here, Gordo, as we go through to the game two.
Absolutely, and I think they will actually take confidence from winning that game, Dylan, because they really, well, as we know, let that big lead go. Then they had to face some game points themselves. They fought them off. They got themselves back into the match and took it.
Yep.
So fantastic performance there from Hargraves and Schmidt. Really solid performance, high quality pickleball, and real mental toughness.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we expect here from Townsend and Wild. No doubt they're going to have to dig deep. And I think, alternatively, they've got nothing to lose. You know, they come out swinging in that game one after that medical timeout. And now we have the swapping of sides. These players are going to return to the court for the game two. But before we do so, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a bit of a commercial break, a bit of a breather, and we'll be back live straight after this.
And welcome back to PPA Australia Vietnam Open. It's the gold medal match. You've joined us just in time for the start of Game 2. And a nice put away from Joey off the lob from Schmidt. So Hargreaves and Schmidt had to dig deep to take that first game, 15-13.
0-0-1.
Townsend and Wild with it all to do.
Oh, the gentlemen both have hops. We've just seen Joey Wild leaping up and pulling one down.
They sure
Hargreaves
do.
doing the exact same.
And I'm just looking at Wild. He's still troubled by that wrist. Just doing a few, trying to loosen it with his fingers. And a nice put away from Hargreaves.
Light out. Zero, zero, one. Point.
A great counter from Townsend, but Hargreaves is just next level.
Oh, that lateral movement is elite. Swats it away with ease, taking the first point of the game, 1-0-1.
And that was a super speed up.
Yeah, that's Amelia Schmidt's go-to. Townsend probably knew it was coming, unable to get out of the way in time.
2-0-1.
Got it so flat.
Point.
And Hargreaves just coming across and taking that shot almost like a fencer
Timeout call.
from the
Score
Olympics.
is 3-0-1.
And that's another strong start by Hargreaves and Schmidt. Almost similar to what they did in the first game, and we know how that turned out. So can they actually keep this momentum going this time, Dylan?
Yeah, and I've got to say, Gordo, that Joey Wild's just legged it from the court, immediately run over to the first aid tent. Now keep in mind, viewers at home, Wild and Townsend have already used their medical timeouts, so they've only got the shorter timeouts here. Keep in mind, it's 2 timeouts per game and 1 medical timeout for the entirety of the match. But Mitchell Hargreaves just continues to find another gear.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I'm just wondering whether Joey's actually getting some sort of strapping. So that'll be interesting to see if he comes back with any sort of strapping around that wrist. But like you say, take absolutely nothing away from Hargreaves and Schmidt. They are playing next level. And they're having to play next level because Wild and Townsend are really forcing them to play out of their skin.
Timeout remaining. You have both the timeouts.
Championship caliber team here in front of us.
3-0-1.
Can they find their form once more?
Second server.
That's a good start.
It seems to be manageable. Whatever that risk condition is, it
3-0-2.
seems to be manageable for the big Wild man.
Point.
But it does appear to be affecting his shot because he does not usually.
Oh, it's such a bummer too for our viewers at home that haven't seen Joey Wild play. When he's healthy, he's one of the best in
4-0,
Australia.
dude.
Oh, without doubt. Hargraves. Oh, beautiful pickup. Schmidt.
It's a great finish there from
Side out.
Townsend down the right side, and that's what we saw in the last game, Gordo. Danielle Townsend had a lot of success aiming down the left side of Mitchell Hargraves.
Yeah, and she had a lot of time on that shot. That speed up came from half court, and
Beautiful one.
Danielle was just waiting for it.
Second server.
She's trying to fire Joey Wild up.
Yeah, he is struggling. I'm just wondering if he... Oh, and that's an unusual error from Hargraves. Joey Wild is
1-4-2.
does he have the ability to go to a double hander? It might take a bit of pressure off that wrist.
Side out.
Gordo, I had a very interesting conversation with Coco Lococo yesterday regarding having females on the left side. Danielle Townsend, she's an absolute unit, can hit the ball very hard. I mean, Joey's clearly got an injury.
4-1-1.
I'd be asking the question.
Oh, and it's just long.
Second server.
Well, it might be, you know, see how this game goes, but it doesn't look good. If they take a
4-1-2.
timeout, it might be worth something they could consider doing. And quite
out.
often than not, it's that out-of-the-box thinking that can really rattle your opponent. So,
Yeah, that shot there was well struck though, so we'll see.
and like you say, Danny has that
1-4-1.
ability to play
Oh, she's
in any position. Getting the net roll. Oh, so does Schmidt. Oh,
Point.
That's a great speed up. Amelia Schmidt got caught. And as a result, first points on the board here for Townsend and Wild. Or is that a 2-4? Find out from official Raj Pal.
2-4-1.
2-4.
2 for 1.
Half price.
Oh, sensational
server.
play.
And I mentioned that left side from Hargraves. He was waiting on it there from Townsend, struck it down the middle. These players play at such a high IQ level, Gordo. Consistently adapting.
2-4-2.
My brain melts down when it has to think that fast, Dylan. Oh, lovely reset dink from Townsend.
Point.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that original speed up from Hargraves was the right one. He was out of position
3-4-2.
on the far wing.
Well, I
Side
mean,
out.
with all the attention that we have when we talk about the combination of Townsend and Wild, we often say Danielle Townsend has some of the quickest hands. But people at home might not recognise that Joey Wild's in that conversation as well. He is
Absolutely.
lightning fast when in form. So
Well, I think you could almost say that about any of the players on court right now. Their reflexes, reactions are
4-3-1.
just super fast.
swatted.
And that smash
Second
from
server.
Townsend.
And keep in mind, because our viewers tuning in may see that big score of 13-15, I can assure you we are not playing to 15.
4-3-2.
This is a games to 11 win by 2.
Side out. Time out.
And Mitchell
Time out
Hargreaves
called.
is now
Score is 3-4.
shaking his wrist.
Yeah, timeout called.
So a timeout called by Hargreaves and Schmidt. They've sort of, it's almost like a repeat of game 1 where Townsend and Wild had to fight back after a Hargreaves-Schmidt jump start to the game. So,
and we should probably say, Gordo, in our camera shot there at the top left of the show cord, you can actually see Joey Wild getting some medical attention. Even though this isn't their timeout, he's obviously using it. Medical staff immediately running over and having a look at that forearm of his.
Looks like they're rubbing his wrist.
Mitchell's just a gentleman. He wanted Joey to go and get looked at. These two play very well against each other.
No, I think Hargreaves and Schmidt needed to reset themselves because I think they want to avoid that repeat of game 1 where they left the door open to Townsend and Wild. They almost lost that first game from an unbelievably good position. So they want to keep the momentum going here if they can.
Okay, let us continue this game 2. Players have returned to the court.
You have 1 timeout remaining. 3-4-1.
And
Second server.
Okay, that's one way to respond after a timeout.
absolutely emphatic put away from Hargreaves.
3-4-2.
And Wild, the counter going straight down the middle.
Well, that's good stuff. Trying to fire himself up. Trying to get those points on the board. Build that momentum.
4-4-2.
Tied game, game 2.
Oh, defended from Schmidt.
Point.
And the net roll playing an important role.
Yeah, that ATP though, man, and what a pickup in the middle of that rally.
Both teams.
5-4-2.
And Townsend and Wild with their first lead of this second game.
Point.
And that leads now 2 points.
6-4-2.
And that's
Point.
just drifted wide. So Hargreaves just struggling to find his range.
Yeah, Joey Wild looks a lot more active though. Solid lateral movement, really trying to get himself involved. 7-4. A medical timeout here, Gordon. And this must be for Schmidt and Hargreaves. So Joey Wild immediately runs the first 8-10.
So we might take a break and see if we can get to the bottom of this one, Dylan. And so, yes, we'll be back with more PPA Australia action right after this.
Super duper.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PPA Tour Australia Vietnam Open, powered by Joola. We're about to get underway once more with our game 2 here. We've had 2 medical timeouts.
Time in.
Schmidt has returned to the court, knee
7-4-2.
strapped, 7-4.
Point.
And the first point after the medical timeout going to Townsend and Wild.
8-4-2.
Opening up a 4-point lead here in the second game.
Side out.
Oh, Townsend unable to dig that one out. That's a side out.
4-8-1.
Oh,
Point.
That was clever defense from Hargraves.
yeah, lob recovery. Just a little bit off there for Townsend. The time is now here for Hargraves and Schmidt.
5-8-1.
They did secure game 1. Can they bounce back in the second? It seems so. Mitchell Hargraves immediately firing in the middle of the court. And before that medical timeout, Gordo, he looked in fine form.
Oh, he did, and he has
6-8-1.
the entire match. He's, bar a few points, he's been on point. Stinging attacks. Net roll for Schmidt. And it's in.
Wow, what a
And
recovery.
So is that.
Oh, Daniel Townsend goes
Townsend.
big again. Huge athleticism.
And she has brought the house down again.
Second server.
That
We're
is
going to have one
incredible
hell of
play.
a highlights reel
Oh, my
today.
goodness. What an incredible play.
6-8-2.
Oh, a lovely spot from Wild.
Yep. Great setup from Townsend. Wild able to put it down. And I did mention earlier, Gordo, that I found the matchup between Hargraves and Townsend was so much fun in game 1. They're the 2 quote-unquote
8-6-1.
uninjured players at the moment. They both need to lift for their side. Townsend doing exactly that.
Wild.
There's the matchup again.
Incre-
Townsend striking once more.
incredible counter from Wild. Just that defense.
9-6-1. Point.
She's got him. Got him several times now. Danielle
Townsend
Goal,
is turning
Gordon,
this match.
6-6-1.
And with that, we've got a timeout here, so it's 10-6 in the
game
second game. So just a point away from taking this second game, Townsend and Wild.
You know what I find interesting, Gordo? We've just had a medical timeout from Amelia Schmidt. After the medical, she hasn't received much of the ball. It's all been going towards Mitchell Hargraves off of the paddle of Danielle Townsend. She's won multiple points in the speed up, playing out of her skin. Pressure irrelevant for these superstars.
So
Yeah, I was wondering what's
yeah.
going on. Why is Amelia coming over here? The game's not over yet.
Schmidt just getting some advice from, looks like Kyle Yates in the crowd there.
Yep. He would know a thing or two about playing pickleball.
Yeah, I would imagine so. And so does the person sitting next to him, Shelby Bates.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, Shelby, obviously, Amelia's,
Teammate.
women's doubles, as well as for the Vipers.
Deep.
You have 0 timeouts remaining.
Let's
You
see if
still
the
got 1
advice
timeout
will
remaining.
help.
Time in 10-6-1.
Danielle
And
Townsend.
there it is. They've closed it out 11-6. We're all locked up at 1 game apiece here in the gold medal match. We might take a quick break, Dylan, and we'll be back with game 3 in the mixed doubles gold medal match.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PPA Tour Australia Vietnam Open, powered by Joola. We are live here at Carmelina Beach Resort. Game 3, gold medal. Oh, perfect.
Lovely ATP from Joey Wild.
That was right in the corner.
Just perfection from the Wild man.
1-0-2. Side out.
And we were saying off camera, Danielle Townsend put on an absolute clinic in the kitchen at the last stages of that game 2.
0-1-1.
Needs to do so again. As this is a game 3, we will be swapping at 6.
And one gets the feeling the momentum has now shifted to Townsend and Wild. It's Hargraves and Schmidt with all the work to do here.
Second server.
That is terrific defense there from Townsend and Wild. Digging that one out, letting the ball go wide.
Zero, 1-2.
Oh, lovely play from Mitchell Hargraves. Set it up with that slicing dink that just caught Danny slightly off balance, gave him the height on the return to go straight back at her. Oh, lovely disguise from Townsend. Oh, Joey Wild. He'd love to get that shot back.
Yeah, geez, he had the opportunity. I think there were some scared people in the crowd. It looked like he was cocking that paddle for a toss. Kept his cool. Schmidt, ATP defense is there, ball still live. And that is terrific play from Schmidt and Hargraves. Tactical shoelace tie.
Yep.
Schmidt does the same. We're all about ensuring our
She must have had
feet
a
are protected.
knot in the knot. Now she's double
3-1-2.
double knotted it. 3-1-2. Again, Hargraves and Schmidt out to a good start.
Side
Good
out.
hands.
So all 3 games, Hargraves and Schmidt have
Side
held
out.
a good lead at the start.
Yeah, Schmidt taking on Joey Wild, who has outrageous hands at the net. Even with the forearm injury. I have to say, Gordo, he's looking a
1-3-1.
lot more confident.
So he has been
Second
getting
server.
treatment on every occasion possible. So each time out, including the
1-3-2.
Amelia Schmidt medical timeout, he had some medical assistance as well. Nice pick up from Schmidt.
The lob is wide.
And that's gone wide.
You are right. What a terrific switch we had there from Townsend and Wild.
That is 2-3-2.
Just
Side out.
wide. Aggressive third shot drop. Side out once more. 3-2-1.
3-2-1.
And that looked like a
Second server.
tired shot to me, Dylan.
Yeah, I was about to say that. We do have some fatigued bodies. Obviously, this is the final event
Yeah.
here for the PPA Tour. And these players have been playing non-stop.
And it's been a marathon match. So they've really got to dig deep here. Who is going to push the hardest?
Oh, you've got to give
3-2-2.
them credit. Come all the way to Vietnam. Play out of their skins. That's a net roll.
Side out.
And tired bodies, points like that can be infuriating.
Can be demoralising.
Townsend and Wild will take it though.
2-3-1.
And it's gone long, so we're all tied up. It's 1 game apiece, and it's 3 apiece in the third and defining game.
3-1.
Which one of these teams will be our gold medal champions here at the Vietnam Open?
I find it fitting, Gordo, as these two are going for their third mixed doubles gold here for the PPA Tour, that we are in a game 3. It looks like we have a
Timeout.
A timeout.
I don't know if it's... Okay, I'm guessing it has been called.
It has by Schmidt and Hargraves. So with that, we might take a break, and we'll be right back with the rest of this game 3 right after this. Welcome back to PPA Australia, the Vietnam Open.
Time in. 4-3-1.
This is the mixed doubles open grand final, but it's the gold medal match. It's locked up at 1 game apiece. And Townsend and Wild up 4-3 in this deciding game.
Point.
And Schmidt just can't control that attack.
Yeah, she doesn't seem to be in the right headspace right now, Gordo. Whereas for Joey Wild, did have that medical timeout, has pushed through it. Looking very composed, and Danielle Townsend running riot here.
5-3-1.
And are Wild and Townsend going to run over the top of Schmidt and Hargraves and achieve that three-peat? And that's smart play from Wild.
With 1 minute.
He got it behind Amelia the first shot, got her off balance totally with the second, got the pop up and just slammed it away for the winner. That is just incredibly well built point.
Oh, he's just such a intelligent player, Joey Wild, and the rotation of sides here as this is a game 3. And I have to say, Gordo, for the 6-3 lead, danger signs here for Hargraves and Schmidt. They need to find another gear.
They do, and have they got that gear? That is the big question. They were a little slow to start, Townsend and Wild, but they seem to have found the winning formula. But like we've talked about, Dylan, Hargraves and Schmidt have had strong starts to every game, but they haven't managed to hold on to those leads, except for the first game, which they almost lost. So, you know, there's some psychological battles as well as, or some mental battles that need to be fought here, as well as the on-court battle by Hargraves and Schmidt. Can they do it? If anyone can do it, it is that duo.
6-3-1.
On the net court, and everything seems to be going the way of Wild and Townsend here.
7-3-1.
Just playing high efficiency pickleball, Gordo.
Nice shape on that serve from Townsend.
Server.
And Joey Wild immediately goes to prove me wrong. Thanks, mate.
Joey just can't control his third.
7-3-2.
And he finds the spot there. Townsend set that up perfectly for Wild.
She's been all over Mitchell Hargraves with the speed ups. That
Wow.
pop up put away for Joey Wild with
Like,
the assist, Townsend.
if you could have an MVP for a PPA event, you would have to consider Townsend. She has literally turned this match with her paddle.
Oh, she's just all about that X factor. Gordo continues to lift in the pressure moments. We saw that happen last night. Dream breaker situation. We've got to keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, she was playing at 12:30 last night. Coming out here in a gold medal. Incredible effort.
Side out.
And we will see her in action in the semi-finals as the New Zealand Hustle have made their first semi-final. So that's going to be big for New Zealand pickleball.
3-8-1.
Finding the line. That's a brilliant shot by Townsend, leaving nothing to spare. They are closing in on this gold medal now.
3-8-2. Point. Four, 8-2. Point.
Ooh, and is there
Timeout
another
called. Score is
twist
5-8-2.
to this story? So a timeout called by Townsend and Wild now as Hargraves and Schmidt close that gap.
And we can immediately see Joey Wild once again running off the court to get medical attention, as we've definitely talked about how Daniel Townsend's running riot at the moment. But Joey Wild, last couple of points, looking a little bit shaky, and we do have to wonder whether that issue he has is continuing to bug him. Amelia Schmidt, Mitchell Hargraves looking to continue to build. It's only a 3-point game, Gordo.
It's only a 3-point game, and Joey and Danielle are only 3 points away from a gold medal.
Yes.
And for Joey, he's probably thinking, oh, that couldn't be close enough because of that wrist problem. So can they hang on is the big question, because the minute they weaken, Hargraves and Schmidt will pounce. So this is in the balance right now.
Yep, and champions are built under pressure. And we have to say who will rise to the top here. Medals on the line, prize money on the line.
15 seconds.
These players putting it all on. As Joey Wild has returned to the court.
Trying to keep that wrist loose.
Who will lift? Who will defy the injuries? And who will secure the gold? Time to find out.
5-8-2.
5-8-2. Beautiful dink rally, all 4 players. And Hargraves.
Side out.
That's a costly error.
With the dink error, they really needed
Costly error.
another
there for
point there,
Hargraves.
one would think.
8-5-1.
And there's 1 point.
Yeah, Mitchell Hargraves, 2 unforced errors. He's looking frustrated out there.
Just 2 points away from a gold medal
Timeout called. Score is 9-5.
and a three-peat.
And we have another timeout.
Wow. We might take a timeout, Dylan, and be back with the conclusion of this gold medal match, this mixed doubles. It's tantalisingly close, and we'll be back right after this.
What's your duper?
Welcome back, everyone, to the PPA Tour Australia Vietnam Open.
Time in.
We have the
9-5-1.
players returning to the court, and we can continue. Schmidt pulling the
Point.
trigger. That's gone long.
That-
High drama here, Gordo.
That missed by a long margin, which suggests she was going straight for the body. And this is a match point.
10-5-1.
This is gold medal point. Oh,
Second server.
Joey Wild putting everything into that Ernie. But Hargraves was there. A
Playing
second
10-5-2.
chance.
reckless abandon. They are putting it all on the courts. And they
Yeah.
survive. Hargraves and Schmidt have the opportunity here.
Are they going to do what Townsend and Wild did in that first game?
5-10-1.
And Hargraves.
Point.
That was huge from Amelia there. Set that pop up once more for a Mitchell Hargraves smash.
That was a huge point.
6-10-1.
Nice pick up by Hargraves. And Hargraves has just lifted. That timeout may have just
Timeout
been
called.
what the
Score is 7-10-1.
doctor ordered, and we're going for another timeout here.
I said off air, Gordo, are we watching Test cricket? These players are really digging it out. But what a absolute battle of attrition here. Every point grueling for these players, considering how many hours they've already put in our courts. We've already utilised 2 of our medical timeouts and so many of our standard timeouts. But once again, the champions continue to rise. Mitchell Hargraves coming up big in the last couple of points.
Absolutely, and they've closed that gap to now within 3 points. And this becomes a mental battle, not just for Hargraves and Schmidt, who have fought through the match, but now Townsend and Wild have to close this out.
That's right.
And how many times have we seen that last point is the hardest to get? We saw it last night in the hustle match, of which Danny was a part. She had 8 match points in the women's doubles. They could not convert one of them.
No timeouts remaining. 7-10-1.
Will that be running through her mind here?
Second
And
server.
Hargraves with the dink error. So second
7-10-2.
serve. Oh, and the net roll.
Side out.
That's a heartbreaker. And that brings up a match point chance. Danielle Townsend can serve her way into the history books with Joey Wild.
10-7-1.
This for a three-peat. And it's long, and they've done it. What an incredible performance from Danielle Townsend and Joey Wild. An unbelievable match. They are the winners, 13-15, 11-6, 11-7. They have defeated Mitchell Hargraves and Amelia Schmidt. What an incredible match. Dylan, that had everything.
Oh, it was an absolute Cinderella story, wasn't it? We did see Joey Wild battling the injury, dug deep and did so well. But I have to say, Danielle Townsend, she was running amok. The kitchen clinic was in play for sure. And, man, carnage at Carmelina. They deserve this gold medal, that is for certain. And Danielle Townsend, Joey Wild with a three-peat.
I'm just, because we know how stacked these fields have been, Dylan, to come out on top, not only in Brisbane, the Gold Coast, and now here in Vietnam, it is just a big statement about how good this team is.
Oh, they're simply the best. There's no discussion regarding that. You get 3 in a row. The question is now to everyone else, who can keep up?
Who can answer the challenge?
Yep.
So, wowee. They have, and well, for me, Danielle Townsend, if you hand out MVP performances, she really turned this match for me, not only with some of those key moment plays, but her flair, her energy, and just her all-round tenacity on court. She answered defensive questions, she answered offensive questions. She just nailed it for me.
Yeah, and Joey Wild, we have to give him credit. He dug deep, clearly injured, has pulled it out, and man, does he deserve that gold medal and that cup that we can see the players celebrating at the moment. But ladies and gentlemen, this is our final broadcast for the PPA Tour Australia Vietnam Open. What a pleasure it's been thus far. We're going to bounce into some Major League Pickleball Australia action. We have the Crocs, Surge, Fours, and our final teammate, my goodness, you've been supporting them the whole time. The Hustle, Townsend. She's going to be back. Are we going to see another potential victory for Danielle Townsend later this evening? Let's find out. Going to jump into a quick commercial break. We'll be back live with all the footage coming up next.